Not right now. Something might come up.
All right. First thing on the agenda is the July treasurer's report. For July, we only have a treasurer's report right now as our Forecast 5 software is still analyzing last year. But once we do a complete and finalize 2021, we'll start seeing reports for 21-22. There isn't a ton of spending in July that is related to 21-22. Most of it is still invoices flowing in related to 2021. Are there any questions on the treasurer's report?
I did not have.
All right. The second item on the agenda is a second look at how 21-22 or 2021 is panning out. For revenue, we've earned $38,612,986. Expended, this is all general fund now, $36,212,388, or 92.73% of our budget. There are still some bills rolling in. I saw a few of them back for me to process this week now. And I am still expecting the ALC tuition from GCED. That is the one that always comes in the last.
And how much
is that?
It depends on how many students we have enrolled, but it could be $100,000 to $150,000.
So, if I may ask, we talked about this last time, where the projected revenue was going to be less than the projected expenditures, and now I see it's. So, do you expect us to pay out $2.4 million this month to match the revenues, or are we going to be significantly less? If so, is there an estimate that you have?
I don't have an estimate. Number one, I still need to completely tie out property taxes and federal aids. So there may be some cleanup there that needs to happen that could bring those revenues up or down. But I don't expect 2.4 million in expenses to come in. 500,000, yeah, maybe 800,000, but I think we're getting pretty close. There was a couple bills that processed after I ran this report that were pretty high. So I'll take another look. I think we're going to be better than budget. I will say that, but I'm not confident to put a number on it yet.
Better to budget on the, why don't you shrink this down a little bit? I want to make sure I'm talking about the right thing. So we have revenue on top, 38,612, and expenditures 36,212. So the revenue you're talking about, plus, does that take into account the food program, or is that excluding that?
This is excluding that. This first page here is only general fund.
General fund. So you expect our general fund to be in the black?
Yes.
How much?
For the calendar year for the school year last year. Okay.
How much of that revenue is ESSER funding that is allocated to be spent in future years?
None right now. I have only recognized either what we have received based on what we've expended, or what we plan to receive based on what's expended. So right now it either matches expenditures or it's below expenditures. So there could be more federal revenue I need to recognize yet based on invoices that have come in the last month.
Very good.
The other piece is, and we'll talk about this in a minute, I did state aid projections based on the 8/6 ADM report. Last week, MDE posted another one on 8/16, and I haven't taken, just because I just got back from vacation today, I haven't looked to see how that compares, so there might be adjustments based on that as well.
Okay.
All right, so that's general fund. If you go down below to the next page is where you'll see the food service fund and community education. Again, these funds will have some adjustments to recognize federal revenue. Still have a few bills coming in, but not as many as the general fund. I believe these are mostly wrapped up. Food service, we're looking to add, looks like around $100,000 to fund balance, just over. We have revenue of 1.7 million and expenses of 1.578. And then community ed, and I don't know the breakdown as to which fund balances this is going to go in, but they are also looking to add about 150,000.
Wow.
Okay.
So the field audit is the first week in September.
Right, right after Labor Day. The first day of school is when our field audit starts.
When do you expect the auditors to share their numbers?
If all goes well during the field audit, we might have some preliminary figures by the end of the week. I would feel pretty comfortable that we may have, depending on their workload, we'll either have a draft audit, the finance committee in September or October. But again, it depends on their timeline. They may have other districts in line.
Right.
Did you say they're going? Did you say they were going to be in person, or are they going to do it virtual? Do you know?
When we set up the dates, we said we would play it by ear based on what's going on at that time. We'll probably touch base next week to see which that will be.
Okay.
My guess is it'll be a little bit of both.
Sure.
What about special education revenue? I know that's such a fluctuates so much and can come back to haunt us. What are your thoughts about that?
I used the Department of Ed's What If based on our enrollment figures on that 8-6 report, because a lot of it now is based on enrollment, or the old cap and floor formulas are based on enrollment. It's looking good right now, but we'll take a closer look as I get closer to the audit, and you and I would have a conversation to see if we're comfortable with what that what if projector is telling us.
When you say looking good, what is that specific? Give me a little bit more detail.
Give you a little more specifically. So
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the revenue page
Mm-hmm.
in here. So if you go down to state special education,
What page is that?
it's on page 3 of that handout, under the state revenues, and then down to state aid for special education. I budgeted 4.1, just about 4.2 million. Right now, with the projector, with the cross subsidy aid and where things finished out for last year, because it's based on last year's expenditures, it's projecting about 4.7 million for aid, which is 500,000 above budget, which seems like a lot. So that may be a number I want to dig into more, just to make sure Karsten and I and our auditors are all comfortable with that figure. That would be our highest in the 3-year history that's showing here.
Highest what?
Revenue.
Okay, that explains a little more. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, those are some of the things we'll go through with the auditors, is they will look at my estimates for what we still have receivable, and we'll go back and forth and land on something we're both comfortable with.
Okay.
Any other questions on how the budget is turning out for last school year?
No, not for me.
Nope.
All right, I'll close that one. I have an enrollment update here. So I've taken our enrollment tracking that we looked at last school year. I'm going to blow it up here a little. Because I want to focus in on the bottom.
Bottom, what color?
The blue and the red or the blue and the yellow on the bottom. All right. So this report takes and projects an average daily membership, which is the first green one up here of 2551, which would have been really close to our budget of 2545. So we would have, if this projection held true, we would have been about right around six students above budget. The state report as of August 2nd had 2578.72. So it was 33.82 students more than we had budgeted for. Part of it is we take our numbers every month and we say, of these numbers, what percentage do we think is going to come out end of year? For most, it's right above the first green line, projected end of year. You'll see a whole bunch of percentages, 90, 96, 99, 97, 98. We use past year data to kind of come up with these. For grades 11 and 12, we used 90% because typically about mid-year we have some students go out who go full-time PSEO, or they'll go elsewhere, or we'll just have those. Grade 12 is where we had our largest variance of 14 students. If I change that 90% to 99%, we're almost right on. So it was how we were discounting the 11th and the 12th graders that made the difference there. Now, like I said, another report came out on 8/16, and I'm going to want to verify that that is still around that 2578 number. But we're looking really good. That's another reason our budget is looking very good, is because when I estimated what is receivable from the state yet, there's another 33.8 students in there.
But it's still early.
But it's still early.
A lot of adjustments are made, so we don't want to get our hopes up when reality might sink in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Melinda and Debbie are still working on errors. So students who might have a date overlap and things like that, where they were enrolled in one school this day and another district on the same day, and then they got to work that out with the other district, or there's just variances and things like that they have to work through errors. And we'll be working through errors all the way through October.
What's usually the margin of error like? We're kind of close, give or take.
We're usually getting pretty close at this point. By the time we're audited, we're almost right there, maybe 4.
Is it an October 1st count, or is it a mid-October count?
The final MARS submission is usually the last week in October.
Okay.
And then there will be 2 or 3 months of time where we wait for districts to make an appeal. So if a district did not get an error corrected, they have time to appeal with the Department of Ed. So everybody kind of is held until the appeals are all taken care of.
And then that's December 1st? When we
usually February.
February. Oh.
So this is a long process.
So the appeals is
They have a long time. Yeah.
I suppose it's that way for a reason.
Yeah. I think the districts have until like December 1st to submit their appeal.
Okay.
But then it's the Department of Ed takes that much time to go
okay,
through
so that's
them.
the December 1st count. The districts have that much time to kind of get organized. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So then we'll be closed out. We will use an estimate though for the audit, whatever the best estimate is at audit time. And then we'll catch it up in the next year. We'll either recognize the revenue or the loss in the next year, but it's usually very minimal.
Okay.
Any other questions on last year's enrollment?
No, not for me. So projections.
Yeah, so I had Melinda give me a snapshot of kind of where we were as of August 10th with enrollment. It is looking really good right now, but I want to caution you, we may not know all of the open enrollments out yet. We only know the ones who we have gotten records requests for.
Okay.
So if we haven't got a records request, we don't know that they're going out elsewhere yet,
Or if they've moved.
or if they've moved.
Yeah, so I think this is,
It's
High.
probably really high right now, especially at the high school level. But it is looking good. We have had a number of open enrollments in, but we did meet with our non-public friends this morning,
Mhm.
and they are also seeing higher numbers as well. So I don't know if it's some of our students going there or not. And we may not know that until the first or second week of school, when we start trying to track kids down.
Okay, so non-public friends in Red Wing.
In Red Wing.
Not Goodhue County, but in
Red Wing. Yep. Mhm.
kindergarten enrollment is still low, only
Mhm.
142.
Yeah.
So that number really sticks out.
Yep. Yeah, it's about 38 kids below. And we had taken that down. We're usually around, we budgeted 180, we're usually around 190 or 200 for kindergarten.
Yeah, I just want to
Holding
emphasize
steady.
that this looks high, and it's because we get a lot of the enrollment paperwork, this time of year
Mhm.
in, but then we send the notices to the school for records. And so we're counting them in our enrollment, but vice versa, their kids going to other schools, and now we're just getting those notices.
Mhm.
So that'll even out.
Over time, by the middle of September, we usually have a pretty good, middle to end of September, we have a pretty good grip on how many students are actually attending. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So no jumping for joy.
Don't
yet.
jump for joy
Right.
yet. Mm-hmm. Those open enrollments out are the unknowns at this point.
Is this the place where we can talk about how many students have enrolled into Five Rivers from Red Wing?
I do not have that number.
Okay,
Mhm.
but would this be the place?
You could ask that,
Yeah.
or you could ask that at the GCED board meeting on Thursday as well.
Good. I will.
But would those kids show up on this report?
No, because they would be a tuition out to GCED.
Okay, so we have about 30, I believe, right now
Okay.
that have signed up, and I'm sure there'll be more.
So they wouldn't show up in these numbers
Right, so
having left.
correct. Mhm.
Well, they might have shown. We'd have to ask Melinda if she's taken them off yet. So.
Okay, yeah, it would be interesting to know how that all plays out.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Okay. So I'm sure you'll have more stuff on Thursday to kind of wrap back around to that, but then at our next meeting, our next finance kind of secure it for the
Yeah.
public to understand, yes, 100 kids from our district might be going over there, but the money's still here.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. They will show up when you're looking at this column here. They'll show up in this tuition out column.
Right.
So we still get the revenue. We just pay the tuition for them to attend that program.
And it's a fantastic option.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
Yeah. And right now I just have the tuition out where it was last year. So.
Okay. Jim,
Yes.
Uh,
add anything?
Not on this. No, I liked your question about Three Rivers, the online. I think if we can find out some numbers before each finance committee meeting, add them to this. I think that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, one of the questions I had asked was for a principal to be in charge of, say, 100 students is a very unbalanced, expense, right? Because our principals are paying, or, their salaries are large and they're responsible for many things. But to be the principal for an online school and you have 100 students or 150, I asked how that balances out with our payment that we pay for the principal, and what percentage is it that we pay?
It's based on the number of kids enrolled.
Okay, so it is based on the number of kids enrolled, so we might not be paying the highest percentage.
We might not. I don't, yeah.
Right, so it's
Probably
possible.
will, but
Just
Right.
because we have more kids, yeah.
Right, but other districts could all of a sudden have an influx of kids, then their payment would go up and ours would decrease?
exactly.
Okay, that's good to know, because I thought it was like a flat one
No,
based on the percentage of our overall,
no,
Oh, no.
it's enrolled in the program.
okay.
Yeah, and there are kids from other districts that are enrolling as well. So
Yes.
we won't be paying 100% of the costs.
Yes, because, and then I had talked to Jackie about what that principal does then when there aren't a school full of children, 500 kids or 400, and the principal will do other duties as assigned per
For whatever,
GCED.
yeah, Sherry
Yeah.
and the board over there decide is a good fit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that's a little bit more, Jim, to that story.
Sure.
Okay, anything else on this? Or should we move forward?
All right, we can move forward. The last thing I have is just bringing back that budget reconciliation tracking that we looked at last meeting. I have only added the one position at the bottom that was approved on August 2nd for the school safety coordinator. Otherwise, there have been no changes. Or that's the only change.
So you're just going linear, there's no dates attached?
There is dates, there'll be 2 lines and then there's a date.
Got it.
It'll say
Okay,
board
yeah.
meeting this and then total that date.
But it goes most current?
No.
No,
Most current at the bottom.
most current's at the bottom. Okay.
What's that bottom number now? Is it 2,368? Still
Yep.
800? That's the same
Yep.
number we had before.
Yes,
And we added a safety coordinator?
we did, but we figured out a way to make that a 0 cost by making some other reductions.
Okay. Let's keep us on track as to how we're doing on that. Not just this list, but how we're doing everything we can to stay within that reduction of 2.3 million. So, so we'll have that conversation every budget that we look at. But I don't want to get to May and we're like, oh, we're only at 1.9 or something like that. We got to look at 400,000 the last month. So I want to make sure we stay on top of that based upon the board's direction.
All right.
All right. That brings us down to other. Are there any other?
My others were kind of what we kind of just talked about with
Five Rivers?
Yeah. That was my others question and enrollment, but we addressed it. So Nikki or Jim, do you have any others?
Nikki,
I don't either. I think we, as long as we stay on top of tracking how we're doing, if we're meeting those reductions that the board passed, it should be our task as finance committee to make sure that we are meeting them, and then bring it to the board if necessary. Bring it to the board if they're not. Let them know.
Is that document something we want to show the full board?
I think if maybe we should just give a quarterly update as to where we're at with not every meeting, but I think quarterly we want to make sure that we're meeting the expectations that the board set on that budget reduction. So,
Okay.
because that's quarterly is a nice way to know where you're at. If you're like, did you adjust things at all? You don't want to all of a sudden get in the last 10, 11 months and you got to like, whoa, where are we? We're way off here. How do we do this? So
I'm thinking in terms of people like me who process at different intervals, right? So you could tell me at a meeting something to focus on, and then I'll be like, no, what document? Where was I supposed to find that? So maybe just not tonight, but obviously, but in the future, we could just kind of show them where the document is.
Mhm.
And then, they can peruse it themselves to kind of make sense of how the budget's working and questions that they can ask.
Mhm.
Because I think it's fantastic that we're doing it this way.
Reflect kind of a summary in the notes for each meeting.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I'll do a little bit of in the notes of what's changed.
Link to that budget.
I could see if I could get that fancy.
I know.
My tech skills in
It's all
Word
learning
are
curve,
not
Jackie.
that great.
Yeah, I'm
All you
not.
have to do is just copy and paste. 'cause
Yes,
you're
and
on the document,
it's
copy and
not
paste
just
it.
all
Okay.
you have to do. Remember, we process it different. Nobody.
Just a
But
quick,
it-
just a quick question. My camera's been going off and on here. Can you see me or not? No. Okay.
Not see you.
I my thing keeps going off and on here, so bear with me here. I can hear you loud and clear and see all of you. So
Good.
We did see you earlier, Jim, and then just a couple minutes ago it went out.
I don't know what the problem is, but we'll try to figure it out before the school board meeting. So
Index. Kidding.
All right. Are there other topics you want for the September meeting? I mean, we'll be talking about the 2021 budget again, of course, and enrollment
And the budget reduction.
and the budget reduction tracking. Is there any other topics we want to add for discussion?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head.
I can't either.
Okay.
No.
If something comes up, we can always shoot you an email and beforehand.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, everybody, go get a snack.
See you soon.
Okay, adios.
Adjourned. I turn off the phone.
That's what I did.
If you hit the phone, it hangs everything up.
Okay. And then we return to the home
Although
screen.
that I did a week ago, but information's included in the board packet. As we all know, that determining our initial learning plan for this year is incredibly complex, especially because of the Delta variant and also different procedures throughout, or different perspectives throughout the community. When making recommendations tonight, I considered two primary factors. First of all, of course, our student, staff, and visitor safety. That's always a top priority. But then also the importance of in-person learning. We want as many kids as possible learning in the school building throughout this year. It's really important to us. I'll argue that, or not argue, but I'll explain that implementing mitigation strategies maximizes opportunities for our in-person learning. Unlike last year, requiring face coverings reduces the need to quarantine. Last year, as we all know, kids were wearing masks, and if there was a positive case in a classroom, we had to quarantine people who were within 6 feet of each other. The CDC has changed its recommendations. This year, if there are 2 kids who are appropriately masked, and let's say they're 4 feet apart, if one of them has COVID, the other one does not need to quarantine. That is a huge difference this year compared to last year, according to the CDC guidelines. So really, I took those two things, safety, as well as the importance of in-person learning when coming up with the recommendations tonight. First of all, you can see the different consultations that have been made. I've worked with a COVID response team, building leaders, district leaders. I've reviewed plans from other districts, reviewed significant feedback from parents, staff members, and community members. And we want to thank everyone who came to attend the meetings, provided public comment, had conversations with us, shared emails. At last count, I would say we have at least 125 emails from different people. So we do appreciate the feedback. And also we reviewed guidance from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Minnesota State Department of Health, Minnesota Department of Education, as well as Goodhue County Health and Human Services. So those were some of the areas that we really focused on, consultations and feedback. At the last meeting a week ago, there were 3 motions that were proposed regarding the learning plan, and each one did not pass because the prerequisite number of votes were not there. As a result of that, I'm recommending tonight that we go through each item separately, starting with face coverings and then quarantine guidelines. And then depending on how those turn out, we can include those in the learning plan that I'm hoping we can approve tonight. In terms of face coverings, I've already kind of highlighted the 2 areas in yellow. We simply want students learning in person. Requiring masks enables us to comply with CDC recommendations and significantly reduce the quarantine that's needed. You can see other reasons for the proposal of face coverings, as well as some alternative viewpoints that we've heard from a variety of people throughout the community. One thing that, if you turn to page 7 of the packet, you can see the definition of close contact is outlined there. This comes directly from the CDC, and you can see that the definition excludes students who are within 3 to 6 feet of an infected person if masks were correctly worn by the infected person and close contact and other mitigation strategies followed. That's what a close contact means. Policy or option A for policy 808, face coverings, assumes that we will have face coverings for grades E through 12 being required, whereas option B assumes face coverings for only grades E through 6. If the board does not desire to require face coverings, no face covering policy is needed. So that's why there are 2 options for consideration. You can see the different options there. Once again, if we have required face coverings for E through 12,
The purpose for that is to minimize the risk of transmission and to maximize the likelihood of in-person learning. Students, employees, and others would be required to wear face coverings indoors or on a school or contracted vehicle unless they qualify for an exception, according to the policy that's proposed. So again, it's focused primarily on indoors, not outdoors. And then the final part of option A would be students, employees, and others are encouraged but not required to wear face coverings while outdoors. And that includes athletics, spectators, recess, and different classes that may take place outside, as long as they're not in sustained close contact with others. So again, that would not be needed very often. It's a different standard than what we would use compared to last year. So very few people we expect would be quarantined this year, as long as people are wearing their masks appropriately indoors. You can see a similar description if we require face coverings only for grades E through 6. And then again, the next option would be if there are no required face coverings. And then finally, if no action is taken, face coverings are strongly recommended but not required. That's our current policy. So if nothing different occurs, we would just stay with the current policy. That's what I have for face coverings. I can certainly go over quarantine guidelines too, if you prefer. I see a couple saying yes. I don't know about Pam. Would you like me to go over the quarantine?
Go ahead.
Okay. I think that's probably wise to go over quarantine too, because they go hand in hand. Once again, I give the definition of close contact. For elementary kids, if the current proposed plan would be if they're in close contact with an infected person, they do not need to quarantine if the student and infected person were wearing masks appropriately during the sustained close contact. Otherwise, they will be quarantined. And if you can go back in time to last year, you'll remember, all of us will remember, that in the elementary classroom, if there was someone with COVID who came to class for a period of time, everyone in that class would be quarantined for a period of a couple of weeks. It was really hard on students, it was hard on staff and parents. But it was very difficult for us to determine who exactly would be within 6 feet of the infected person during an elementary class, because they're moving all over the place. And so that's why we had to quarantine entire classes at a time last year. This year, if face coverings are required, then that would not need to be the case. Once again, typically, if there's an infected person in the class, that person would need to stay isolated, but the others could continue to come to school if people were wearing their masks appropriately. Huge difference. And that's an important reason why we want face coverings, and also a change in our quarantine procedures so that we can allow that to happen. So again, the recommendation is that at the beginning of the year, high school students in close contact with an infected person would not need to quarantine because we would have a universal face covering requirement. That'd be for the high school. So if we require the face coverings, then we would not have the quarantine procedures that we've had in the past. However, we want to be clear with people that vaccination rates, school and community transmission rates, and overall compliance with the face covering policy could result in a change in those quarantine requirements. We could bring them back to where they were in the past. So for example, if we had 15% of our student population not complying with the mask policy, then the recommendation to the board then would be go back to quarantining like we did last year. We don't want that to happen. I don't expect that to happen, but we need to take this very seriously. Instead of quarantining at the high school, we would make an effort to notify parents if their child may have been in close contact with an infected person. And that's just to get the information to the students and the parents who may have been in close contact, so that the parents can monitor for symptoms. Because obviously if someone is sick with symptoms of COVID, we need them to stay home. They will stay home, because we don't want that person to come and infect others. You can see a different option for quarantining for 7 through 12 students. That would be a little more restrictive in that we would quarantine kids unless both kids were wearing masks appropriately. And once again, we need to consider, well, what happens if no action is taken? Then I'm assuming we would continue to follow the practices that were approved by the board on April 19th. Which would include quarantine periods of 10 days. But if there's a negative PCR test on the 8th day or later, then they'd come back after 10 days. Otherwise, the quarantine would last 14 days. So we're trying to put that behind us. We don't want those quarantines. And we believe that if we require masks, there's strong compliance of mask wearing, then we would not need those quarantine standards that we've used in the past. And we believe would be consistent with CDC guidelines. So we feel that's the right thing to do. Again, the recommendation is broken to 4 different areas. First of all, or possibilities, first would be to approve option A of policy 808 as presented, effective a week from today, with regular review by the school board at least 1 time per quarter. Emphasis there is at least 1 time per quarter. So if there is a mass outbreak based on people watching athletic events, then we may have to tighten up the rules. If things settle down to a low or moderate level of transmission, then I think we can ease up on our face coverings. As one of the best days that I've had in my 10 plus years here was the day this past summer when the board unanimously voted to squash the face covering policy. That was a good day. You know, at the same time, we realize there are safety concerns and that our recommendation is to bring back the policy and then hopefully squash it again in the near future. I'm not going to go over the learning plan, but I will point out a couple things in the face covering policy, especially in option A. If you look at Roman numeral 4, you can see some of the exceptions to wearing the face coverings. And then under part C, you can see that face coverings would be worn except in the following circumstances. I'm not going to read each one, but I need to highlight a couple of them that are significantly different from last time. First of all, while outdoors, including athletics, spectators, recess, and educational courses, as long as the individual is not in a sustained close contact with others. Use the word sustained purposely. For example, if you have 2 people are hugging each other for 45 minutes outside, well, that would be sustained close contact. You know, if they're playing baseball on an athletic team, you know, there's not going to be sustained contact. You know, same with recess, the same with outdoor classes. So it looks significantly different outdoors. Also, another change, as recommended by our activities director, is that spectators at indoor athletic events and other similar activities would not need to wear face masks as long as the setting allows for an individual not to be in sustained close contact. So, you know, we have 2 indoor sports in the fall. One is girls swimming, the other is volleyball. So, you know, we believe that you know, we have enough gym space in the high school here to allow visitors to come and watch the match. And we have enough room, so if they wanted to be 3 feet apart, you know, they could make that happen, you know, pretty easily. So in our view, the thinking is that watching a game in person, although there's a risk, it is a choice that parents and others are making to come in to watch that event. They could sit 3 feet apart or more if they so choose, but you know, we would not expect spectators to use masks during that time. And then you can see, you know, the other items that are listed there were the same as last year's policy, so I won't go over that, because I think we understand those pretty well. There are some other sections there as far as implementation, enforcement, consequences for noncompliance, and those kinds of things. That was lifted largely from the School Board Association model policy. That's all I have, but I'm here to answer questions.
Does anybody have any questions that they would like to ask of the superintendent? Sir, I'm sorry, but we're not having any public comment this evening.
Well, I know you guys have said that, but I'm going to provide comment.
I'm
So
sorry, we cannot accept
I'm just
public comment.
confused here because I thought this was the Red Wing Public School Board, Board of Education, okay?
No, I'm
This
sorry,
isn't the
sir.
Red Wing Public Department of Health,
Out of order.
okay?
Come on, you guys.
So seems that you guys have decided to go beyond really Department of Health recommendations, okay?
It's 6:23.
You've mandated the placement of medical devices on children, okay?
10-minute recess.
And, it's stated by the FDA, the use of masks has not been proven for antiviral protection. As a matter of fact, it says on the box, it does not prevent the spread
yet. There's Arlen.
Jennifer and Nikki. I saw Jim left, so maybe he's trying to get his stuff restarted.
Okay, we can go as
Jim
soon as
isn't
Jim
here.
is here. Lisa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear all of you.
All right, thank you.
Jim has had some technology
Oh, he's
issues, so
here.
we're just waiting for, oh, perfect.
I'm here.
Jim, Thank you. We are all back in session. All board members are present. Before we continue, it is 7:01 and we're back from our recess. I know this is a very difficult topic to address. People have very strong feelings one way or the other. And I would just ask that we continue in a respectful manner. I understand we're not going to all agree, and that's okay. We have to be okay with not agreeing, but we should be respectful of one another. And I hope that we'll be able to continue this conversation and make some good decisions this evening that will be beneficial for the students in our district. And so we had left off with Superintendent Anderson giving us an update on what his recommendations are. And does anybody have any comments or questions? I think what we'll do is we'll make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak, and then we'll go ahead with making a motion. So who would like to go first? Put your name in the queue. Anna, go ahead. Thank you.
All right. So, first of all, I'm astounded that following the advice of public health agencies is a controversial issue. I think that we sent a message to the community and our students last week when we failed to follow expert guidance. And I think that message is that opinions seem to matter more than facts, and that science just doesn't seem to matter. Why do we require our students to learn the scientific method if we disregard the scientific community? Why do we have our students take health class when we refuse to listen to teams of medical experts? Why do we ask our students in language arts when they're writing papers to learn about what constitutes reputable sources if a YouTube conspiracy theorist is as good as peer-reviewed research? So we've heard from people who are opposed to masks, and they have the right to their opinion, but I don't believe that misinformation is a valid thing to take into consideration when making a decision. One person's opinion is not as good as the next. Some people have greater knowledge in a particular area than others, and even within the medical community, the opinion of one professional is not equal to a collective group of epidemiologists like the CDC. So I absolutely believe that parent and student opinions are crucial when it comes to a lot of aspects of how we run our district. And I think I've been very vocal about that. And all of us agree with that, with having that input. But when it comes to the best course of action, when it comes to public health, for this large gathering of students and staff, they aren't experts. There are experts in dealing with epidemics, with pandemics, and we have a responsibility to follow that. We hire well-trained, competent teachers, and we break our students into grade levels and subject matter, because we acknowledge that some people have expertise in certain areas, and that there are things we need to do to make our school function properly. And there are lots of things about how we need to operate in a school that are different from how we operate at home or in other spaces. And when it comes to needing to do the best for our students' health, I think that the evidence is clear from a variety of sources that this is what's important. So I still follow option A. Last year when we were doing our campaign, we were asked where we would look for information to make difficult decisions. And almost all of us listed those science experts and public health officials who all now say people in school, all ages, everyone in a school setting should wear masks. Others, many of us, said we would look at what other districts have done and how that's working. So in Arkansas, in the Marion School District, there are nearly 900 students and teachers currently in quarantine. And the governor, Asa Hutchinson, who had signed legislation that they would not allow there to be a mask mandate, now says that that was a mistake. In Hillsborough County, Florida, nearly 4% of the students and over 1.3% of staff are in isolation or quarantine. There are 5,000 children, educators, and staff quarantined in Mississippi after returning to classrooms at the start of the new school year under mask optional policies. 4 Georgia public school districts have temporarily shut down in-person instruction, and other districts have closed individual schools or sent hundreds of students into quarantine after exposure. And these are from articles on US News and World Report, CBS, pretty standard sources. So I think that there's a pretty good case for us following option A in the plan from the superintendent.
All right, Anna, thank you. Jennifer.
Thank you, Pam. First of all, I just really need to say that I'm sad. The last week has really been overwhelmingly sad for me that we as a school board essentially last week decided that personal freedom was more important than our community responsibility and the need to take care of one another. And I think that we have an opportunity tonight to send a message to our students that we choose empathy, we choose responsibility, we choose the importance of taking care of each other. Also, sorry, Holly, wasn't sure if you could hear me there. I'm also really sad that we have immunocompromised students and families who want an in-person education, and essentially last week we told them, I'm sorry, we're not capable of providing that for you. We have an obligation to provide a safe and healthy learning environment for all kids. I'm also sad that if we decide not to have a mask mandate, we are setting up our students for another opportunity for bullying and teasing in the classroom. And that was demonstrated toward me at the last meeting. So we've seen that in our community, that is something that can definitely happen. But I'm also really angry, incredibly angry, that we didn't choose to follow the advice of the CDC, the Minnesota Department of Health, Goodhue County Health and Human Services. As Anna said, these are the experts. It was mentioned that there are experts on both sides of this issue. There really aren't. There are opinions on both sides, but these are the experts that are telling us that this is how we protect our students and our staff. We listen to experts as school board members all the time because we don't know the answers to everything. So we listen to guidance of the people that do. And these are the public health experts telling us what we need to do to make sure that our kids are staying in person and learning. It's incredibly frustrating that we as a board cannot just automatically choose to do that. There's been a lot of talk about listening to community members. I completely agree. We need to hear what our community members, our parents, our students, what they have to say. We need to understand how people are feeling about this situation. But I also agree with Anna that we need to listen to the experts when we ultimately make the decision. I did count up our emails, and just so the people who are listening know, we had 112 emails from community members, families that support the mask mandate, and 26 from people that do not. So last week at our meeting, it sure felt like there was an overwhelming number of people that did not support the mandate because our room was filled with those people. But our emails are showing that our families are asking for a mask mandate. Also, with the decision whether or not we have the mandate at just elementary or elementary and high school, I wanted to point out that our vaccination rate in Goodhue County for high school students is between 32 and 40%. If we assume that that's the same at Goodhue County in Red Wing as it is for the county, that means that 60% of our students at the high school, where we have 1,000 people, are not vaccinated. That's not safe. That's not okay to have that many kids walking around without masks. Also, I just wanted to mention the case rates for today. As of today, 149 active cases in Goodhue County. There were 27 when we met 3 weeks ago. There are 12 people hospitalized in Goodhue County. This is not getting better. This is getting worse. And if we decide to not require masks in our schools, we are putting our kids into an experiment. And that's another thing that just angers me. How can we put them into those schools and just say, well, let's see what happens, when we have heard from the experts what we need to do to make sure our kids stay in school learning. I could go on. I will not. It's very evident to all of you how I feel. And I just hope that tonight we can make a decision to keep our kids in school and provide a safe learning environment for all staff and students.
Thank you, Jennifer. Nikki, you're in the queue.
Well, I happen to disagree with both Anna and Jennifer. I've been wrapped up in the system, trusted the system, science, government, you name it. Ritalin, 7 years old, 17 years after that, anxiety, one after another. I've been in the system. I've lived both lives. And it really upsets me that people are super disappointed. But when you're in leadership, you have to be mindful of everyone. So if I took a halt at making a decision, because I'm a mask wearer, I wear mine everywhere. The thing is that nobody else does. That's the thing, even when it's required. And so I'm sitting here wondering why we're supposed to be forcing masks on children and just like it was, this is a very sensitive subject to everyone, clearly. And this should have had more time and input from the parents and things, parents, everybody. But I'm not going to rush into a decision because of how people are feeling. We have to take in consideration of everybody's input. Now, I can sit there and promote healthy eating and plants and exercise all I want, the way that the vaccination has been pushed. I didn't, when they said, oh, all the unvaccinated can take their mask off because they're not spreading it. Do you know what scientific data is? It takes years to figure out something. Now, I'm not going to just sit there and believe the government and the medical industry who come up with something in less than a year and they know that the vaccinations work and they're not spreading it. I had COVID. I didn't spread it to one person. So why are all of these things being in consideration? Why are we being told all these things and we're just supposed to go with it? Like I said, I have a completely different way and view of life, how everything is going, the bullying. Welcome to my world and anybody who's different in this town. And everybody says, it's the same, in different towns. You ask out-of-towners who didn't grow up here, they'll say Red Wing's a little bit worse than everywhere else. So bullying, and it's just going to continue. Listen to how we are talking to each other and pushing our viewpoints on everybody else and things like that and being incredibly disrespectful and rude. Yep, it's going to get worse. I'm boots on the ground with our youth. Nobody talks about mental health. No, nobody says a whip about that. Or our children I'm sending to the hospitals because of mental health issues and drug and addiction problems. But we don't talk about that. That gets brushed under the rug because we have a new issue. I don't know not one person that's died of COVID, but I can tell you I've buried 8 tribal members younger than me in under 2 years because of addiction. I feel incredibly alone in this world because anybody who knows what I've gone through in the system is either dead, in prison, or struggling with addiction right now. As of the mask mandate, I want to point out I reached out to some people who weren't loud, who weren't pushy, who weren't very vocal and rude and disrespectful. And this is a school staff. I'm not going to put any names, but thank you. Thank you for your experience, your opinion. And that's exactly what I wanted to hear because you know what? I'm firmly in, just because of everything that I've done on my own, I am a mask wearer and I have some stipulations, but I am leaning more towards mask right now. But I have stipulations, and dividing our vaccinated and unvaccinated students is not one of them. I will put up the biggest fight if we start baiting our kids. We've even got staff. All my kids are going online. I don't trust them going in person because of we think the bullying factor is bad. It's done bad, and it's going to kaboom in our faces right now. Unless we all learn to be respectful towards one another.
Thank you, Nikki. Holly.
I have lots of thoughts and a few comments. First of all, thank you for coming. Thank you. You obviously have strong feelings about something that's going on in our society. It shouldn't be shut down. And, the next step for me was running for something because I felt I wanted to say more. I felt that I could give more. I encourage you all to do that. Run for board, run for office, run for something if you feel that strongly about it. So thank you for coming. Does it make me uncomfortable? A little bit, but I'm a teacher and I have been for 26 years. So, people being angry at me or telling me that they don't want to listen to what I have to say, that's kind of what teaching is sometimes. Like I have to tell you some information. You might not want to hear it today, but I do have to tell you this. And they might not be in the mood. They might have not had breakfast. They might have a family that disagrees with, what I might be having to tell them. I get it. It's America. So thank you for listening. Thank you for showing up. And for the 112 people that emailed us, thank you. Thank you for the 26 emails. It didn't go well all the time. And it's not going to. And like Nikki says, it has to be respectful. Jennifer and Anna, I 1000% appreciate you telling us the things that you told us. It helps me when I vacillate back and forth, freedom of choice, community responsibility, vulnerable people, children in special ed who don't have what some other kids have when they are trying to go to school. They have a right to go to school in a safe space. The mask is falling down. And it happens all day long when I teach. And the kids' masks fall down all day long when we teach. And we gently say, please put your mask back on. And 90% of them do. The other 10% might not, but eventually they do. People don't go home crying about a mask. So I was sick last week, literally sick, went home or was home from teaching summer school for 4 weeks, got the flu, thought I had COVID, negative test. I'm happy to be here tonight to try to figure out, like Nikki and Anna and Jennifer have said, to come together and have a dialogue about something we don't agree with. but I'm not going to show up at anybody's house. I'm not going to call people. It's a dialogue. And sometimes I don't like the rules, but I follow them. So that's pretty much all I have to say tonight. And I'm glad I have the opportunity.
Thank you, Holly. Mr. Bryant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's tough to follow all those comments, but I'll try, give it a try. However, I just first want to say all the emails we've gotten, the phone calls I've gotten, the people talking to me, bumping into me wherever I'm at. I just want to say I appreciate it. I could not respond to all the emails. There were, as I told you, when we were deciding this back in the 2nd of August, when we pushed it down the road, we were going to be besieged by emails. And I think I was correct on that. I respect each and every person, that position they take on this. I wish we didn't have to have this discussion tonight. I wish COVID was under control, however it is. I think it is to a degree. More people seem to be getting vaccinated. People are taking other steps. People nowadays are not, don't feel good. They're staying home. They're not doing handshakes. They're not doing as much hugging. Some stores I was at starting to wear masks again, which is totally fine. I am totally on board. Anybody wants to wear a mask. I'm just not really convinced that we should be the ones deciding that tonight, because it's such a bigger issue. We have CDC, the health organization, all these recommendations. I'm not the skinniest guy in the world. They tell me to eat healthier. I don't always listen. That's their recommendation. Get more exercise. Sorry, I'm not getting that all the time. Those are all recommendations. I get that. And it's my choice for not eating healthy enough, not eating enough vegetables, maybe consuming a beer or two, or doing whatever. That's my choice. It's their recommendation, and that they're there to do that for us because they're looking out for us in general. But for us to decide we want to do it. We've heard, like I said, from both sides of this issue on the masking, no masking. And I'll tell you what, I kind of disagree that there isn't factual information on only on one side. I think there's factual information on both sides. I really do. I've even taken the liberty the last month or so talking to the high school kids that I see, I know, they don't even know who I am. I talk to them, what grade you're going in. They tell me, excited about school? Yep. What do you think about masking? I don't want to wear a mask. That's what they're saying. And the ones I've talked to have been vaccinated. So whether it's 40, 50%, I don't know. Did I talk to the vast majority of them? Absolutely not. I couldn't. I asked them the other question, are you friends, you and your friends getting together were you wearing masks? Are you going over to your cousin's house, your grandpa and grandma's vacation, cars? The point is nobody's wearing a mask. So I just wanted to share that with everybody. If you believe in vaccination, don't believe in vaccination. That's totally up to you. I got vaccinated. I wish everybody that wished to get vaccinated would get vaccinated. Their choice. I get it. No matter what tonight, I've heard from people from both sides of the issue. No matter what we decide tonight, it's not going to make everybody happy. I know that. We heard that loud and clear about half hour ago. But keep in mind too, whatever we decide, some kids are going to go either online. I've had some tell me, if you decide to do whichever way this goes, I'm taking my kids and going online to another school district. I've got a call from a former school board member in this area in Goodhue County. They're worried about if schools go to masking, that kids will start going to their schools, whether they have the capacity to meet their needs. That's not up for me to know. So with that, I don't know what more to say. I think the word's respectful and listen to everybody, get their point across. But at the end of the day, whatever we decide tonight, which we will decide tonight, there's going to be a significant amount of people that aren't going to agree with us. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Arlen?
Thank you. So unfortunate that something like this can divide a community. But we had the same thing happen talking about starting times for school. And the good part of it is that there's a lot of passion in people that they want to be heard and they want to express their opinion on what needs to be done and what they think. We certainly are influenced by what people say. At least I am to a point. But I was elected to this position to make a decision. And it's not just asking how many voted to have masks versus how many voted or sent me emails not to. I was elected to make decisions. If we want to go that route, there's no need for any of us to be here. We can just put out a poll to people, make all our decisions by polls, and run the district that way. And whoever has enough energy to respond with the most people is going to get their way. And that's not the way our political system works, at least not entirely. So last week, when we had our vote, I voted to have masking in elementary school, but I could not support the high school masking mandate. And the reasoning for it at that time was elementary school students do not have the opportunity to vaccinate, was one part. And the other part was, if we put in a mask mandate at the high school, will we enforce it? So I sent out an email to George and Carson asking what would happen if we have a mask mandate and people refuse to wear them. And I'm going to share part of my response I got from George. Good question, Arlen. I would say if we have mandated mask wearing, then students will be required to wear them. If they refuse to wear one, then they cannot be in the building and a parent will be called to ask them to put their mask on. If they refuse, then the parent will have to come and pick them up, or they will have to leave the premises if they drove to school themselves. If a parent refuses to support the mask wearing, then they have two options. They can have their child distance learn through Five Rivers Online, which is our distance learning option, or they can open enroll to another district that is currently not requiring masks. If the board mandates masks to be worn in the school building, we cannot have some students not wearing them while the rest are following the policy, as that defeats the purpose of the mandate. The key to avoiding a lot of controversy is if we mask K through 12, we don't have to quarantine students unless they're actually sick. If you are just a close contact, you don't have to quarantine if you're wearing your mask properly, whether you're vaccinated or not. And I won't go on too much other, and I'll finish up with the last paragraph. This is George's response. The mask proposal is reasonable, has the best interests of our students and staff in mind, and is very simple and straightforward. If we can keep students in school and then avoid having to quarantine them in high numbers, is what is best for learning. Now that's George's opinion, and I tend to agree with it after reading through this. And if we can enforce that mandate at the high school, I'm 100% behind it. The COVID numbers seem to be getting higher and higher right now. I can't predict the future, but I can look at that we're going to possibly have some more possible spreader events that could increase the numbers in the next month or so. May happen, may not, but I want to keep our students in school. I will support a mask mandate for the high school also, and I will, if it does pass, I will hold in my power everything I possibly can to enforce that mask mandate for all students. We cannot put in a mask mandate and not enforce it. If that's the case, then we might as well just forget it. And I'm not here for that. I think right now it is the best thing we can do is to mask our students, take a look at it. And I don't want to put a certain time because I don't know what the time is going to be, but I'll just say a month, month and a half, the end of the quarter, whatever it may be. I think we have to look at it again because I don't want our students to have to wear masks. I just think at this time it needs to be done. So I will support a total mask mandate for K through 12 or E through 12. Thank you.
All right, we've heard from all the board members, so thank you all for that. I just, I'll share my 2 cents and then we can look for some voting. You know, we talked about, or I've heard, following expert guidance. I've heard that a number of times tonight. And the expert guidance from all the experts out there right now, the CDC and the Minnesota Public Health, they're both saying they recommend. At any point, they could say we would require. At any point they could, but their expert guidance is telling us that they recommend. They recommend masks and they recommend quarantining if need be. So if we're going to follow the science and we're going to follow the experts, that's what they're telling us, right? There is a parent who wrote to all of us this week, and it really hit home really well with me, and it makes a complete sense. She said, parents are the ones that are juggling the complex cocktail of their child's physical, mental, emotional, and social health. And I thought, that's brilliant. It is a complex cocktail of everything that a child is made up of. I know 2 very lovely students who are near and dear to my heart. One would have no problem wearing a mask, right? The other, she's got tactile issues. She has anxiety issues. I don't know if she could get a medical variant or not, but she would have a very hard time in school with a mask. She distance learned all last year because she couldn't handle it. And that's unfortunate because she's a social kid. I saw her wither away before my eyes. Her confidence right now going into what should be a really great, exciting year for her is not there. It's not there. She's not looking forward to coming back to school because she knows if she does, she's going to have to wear a mask. Now, yes, she has an online option, absolutely. But the people who have a mask mandate, there's no other option for them. For people who don't want to wear a mask, the only option is to stay home. So, you know, I think about that, you know, the complex cocktail of a child's physical, mental, emotional, and social health. It's not just your physical health that we're talking about here. Obviously, Jim, you touched on it a little bit. There's going to be a financial impact on our budgets no matter what we decide tonight. So I want you all to be prepared for that. There might have to be some cuts. I would probably go into it thinking that whatever's decided, we're probably going to have to make some adjustments. And that's really sad. I've looked at what other school districts in Goodhue County are doing. Lake City has decided on a really great plan. I think it was all sent to you. It passed 5-1 that they're not going to mandate masks and they're not going to mandate quarantine. If somebody is sick, then that person would be expected to mask, but they would still be able to come back to school. In this learning plan, you said that we're going to revisit this at least 1 time per quarter, but there's still no metrics here to tell me when we can turn the dial. What does that mean? What do you mean we're going to revisit it once every quarter, but for what? I mean, what are we looking at? What are we going to determine based on what we're looking at? I mean, there's nothing in this to help me understand when we can lift a mask mandate or not. I just don't know. The other piece that I have a really hard time with is requiring masks for athletes. If we're calling close contact 15 minutes within 6 feet, I don't know any sport that people are that close of contact for 15 minutes. I think masks are much more detrimental to our athletes, and I would challenge that for sure. Now, in classrooms, I get it. I understand. I am not anti-mask at all, at all. I have a history of cancer. I wear a mask. I don't want to have COVID. I don't want the flu. But then that brings up a whole nother ball of wax too, right? I mean, if we're going to be this careful for COVID, are we now going to do this for the flu? Are we going to be tracking the flu and the flu outbreaks?
That's a great question.
Because at least the numbers and the science and the data that I've looked at, flu is killing more kids than COVID. So, you know, if we're going to be going down this road, we have to be thinking about this. The other piece is if we're going to be quarantining and sending kids home and teachers have kids, now they're going to need to leave their jobs because somebody is going to have to be staying home with that child. Now we're talking about we're reopening COVID leave and COVID pay. And are we prepared to do that in a year where we've already cut $2.2 million from the budget? These are just all food for thought, but I have a really hard time mandating something. When the CDC is recommending, I will recommend. When the CDC says mandate, I will mandate, but I cannot go beyond that. So that's where I stand. So if somebody would like to start off motions, I guess everybody's had a chance to speak, and I think that we're ready to vote or to make a motion if anyone would like to.
I'll make it.
All right, Holly is going to make a motion.
I make the motion for option A, and we revisit it one time per quarter at minimum. And I would like to hear that the COVID team and the superintendent work to have a definitive time schedule in which we look at how it's going. Metrics, I don't know what they would be. I'm not the COVID team. But if you revisit it once a quarter, it doesn't seem enough. So what would the COVID team and the superintendent, what would the schedule look like? That's my gray area too, is like, what, is it gonna be in October, MEA? You know, that's the one area for me, but I recommend option A. Minimum, we revisit it one time per quarter. I'd like to make the motion.
All right, the motion on the table is for option A with the COVID team and the superintendent to work on a schedule to look at how it's going.
I'll second.
Seconded by Anna. Any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair. Oh, somebody's in the queue, I see. I'm sorry.
You're on mute, Jennifer.
Thank you, Pam. I was just going to say that one idea for determining when the mask mandate might drop could be if we looked at the county. When the county numbers were substantial or high, we would have the mask mandate. And if they were in the moderate or low range, then we would drop it. That could be something, I don't know if it would be part of a motion or just an idea for the administration as a way moving forward as to when we would look at this again.
Thank you, Jennifer. Jim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to get on the same thing that Jennifer just talked about, but I want to be more specific. We gave the go ahead last year to implement whenever or distant learning or something. I want more specifics and maybes, mights, and could be's. Give me the exact thing that you want to have definitive. You can bring it back to the next meeting, but if the COVID numbers are certain down to this level or that level, boom. come to the board to be removed. But not just, we might be able to do it if they go down, maybe we can. I'm not comfortable doing that. So get some definitive things, because this is too big of an issue to just come up with some possibilities. So thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Nikki?
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So if we go with that option A, now I know that, see, we're going in between the lines. So from my understanding, if we go for A, we can revisit it. And I agree with Holly 100%. It has to be sooner than once a quarter. And I like Jennifer's suggestion about getting to the moderate level. Okay, but what about quarantining? I was told if we adapt to the mask, that the quarantining, unless you're sick, you don't have to quarantine or close contact. I just want to make sure. And then we're not saying just for the vaccinated and the unvaccinated have to quarantine. None of that. That's not going to be happening here. So I just want to make are we attaching the quarantine to this or not? I just want to make sure that I'm clear before I make my decision.
Yeah, if I could answer your question, Nikki. For tonight, because we weren't able to come to a conclusion last week, I kind of suggested just breaking them up. So the first motion has to do with masks, but our recommendation is that if option A for the masks pass, then option A for quarantining of 7 through 12 students would be adopted. And so in that phrase is high school students in close contact with an infected person do not need to quarantine because of the universal mask requirement. But we'd want to continue to review that because we want to keep looking at vaccination rates, transmission rates in the community, and then overall compliance of the mask policy. So, I'm confident that our students want to be learning in person. I know they do. They're great kids. They want to learn in person. And so I would expect, a higher, compliance with that. And if that's the case, that's going to nip it in the bud as much as we can possibly do. So if that's all working well, we would not quarantine high school kids. Now, there's a different recommendation for the elementary kids. And the reason I suggested that is that they cannot be vaccinated. So there we would look at, who is wearing masks appropriately and how close they are, but typically they would not be quarantined either.
So the quarantine guidelines are on page 8, and it says right there, option A behind it. So it kind of spells it out what the quarantining would be for 7 through 12.
But that would require a separate motion at this point.
Right.
Yeah. All right, Anna, you're in the queue.
I just wanted to clarify that I would just take a separate motion. But also, I really liked the spreadsheet that the COVID response team had last year, and every board meeting, the COVID update was part of our standing agenda. So I would like to see something like that where we can have those numbers of how many students are quarantining, how many teachers, what our current numbers are within our staff and our students, so that we can monitor that. And then I think if it's on our meeting, every meeting, or on our agenda every meeting, we can constantly see where that's going, up or down, and hopefully it goes down. And, then we can, at any time, I would think, make a motion to change policies accordingly.
All right, thank you, Anna. So would we tack that line onto Holly's motion, that maybe we look at it instead of seeing how it's going to look at it bi-weekly or twice a month?
I don't know if it's necessary, right? Because couldn't you just do that with the agenda committee? Just make sure that the COVID update is on the agenda every meeting.
I think so. Yep, that's a good point. All right, Arlen?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to kind of address what you're trying to get to here. I think it gets very complicated by trying to attach too many things to a motion. I would like to suggest that we got a motion on the floor right now. If that passes, fine. If we make a motion then how to proceed afterwards. If this does not pass, and another motion is made for something else, then we address that how, and the same if there's no motion in the end and we end up with no mask. I think regardless of which way we swing on this thing, I think there should be a motion made instructing the COVID team or Carson, whatever it is, to come back to us at our September meeting with for discussion on how often we're going to revisit the masking issue, and also have a separate motion on what quarantine we want to do, regardless of what we have passed tonight. That's all. Thank you.
Holly?
Yes, thank you, Arlen. It is messy. And I can drop that piece and just stick with option A in this motion, or we can just continue to go with this. I'm flexible, I'm fine. I do like your idea of the second motion where we direct the superintendent and the COVID team to come up with a specific timeline. So those were the words I was trying to say, and it maybe didn't come across that way. But from my understanding, when I said that I go with option A and it has to be revisited at least quarterly, your stuff was yes, something, but at least quarterly.
Okay, any other discussion? Arlen?
Yeah, rather than trying to make things messy on a motion, I would hope we would just stay with the motion that Holly has here. And if it does pass, then somebody could make a motion to try to get additional things farther in that, but this would at least provide for quarterly. That's if this motion would pass.
So the motion on the floor is to approve option A of policy 808 as presented, effective on August 30th, 2021, with regular review by the school board at least one time per quarter. Period?
Period.
Period. All right, made by Holly, seconded by Anna. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we will take a roll call vote, starting with Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
No.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Chair votes no, so that passes 5-2. All right, so now we need to talk about quarantine.
Yeah, the administrative recommendation is outlined in the handout. Quarantining plan for E through 6 students. If they're in close contact with an infected person, they do not need to quarantine if the student and the infected person were wearing masks appropriately during sustained close contact. So again, significantly looser than it was last year. Otherwise, they'd be required to quarantine. The request is to lower how many days of that quarantine. We'd like them to return on day 7 if there's a negative PCR test, taken on day 5 or later. Day 14 if no test is taken or he or she is a member, household member of a positive case and is not vaccinated. So again, we're lowering the quarantine expectations based on recommendations from the CDC. That's for grades E through 6. I've already gone over the quarantine planning or plan for 7 through 12 if it's option A. And that is right now, we would do courtesy close contact tracing. So the COVID response team would still see who may have been in close contact. We would notify the parents so that they're aware of it, but that we would not be quarantining because we have the universal face covering requirement. And again, if somebody is quarantined, you can see, the expectations would be the same as for the elementary schools.
Questions or comments? You, Anna, so I can do it.
Okay. What is our current plan for students who have to quarantine? Last year, because of the hybrid model, it was easy enough for students who were quarantining to just do the online version of all of their classes, since that's not how things are structured this year? What is that gonna look like?
It's depends on the level. So for the elementary grades, grades K through 6, each grade level professional learning community will keep a website up to date with the work that is to be done during that time. There will be check-ins as well, but there won't be live instruction like what we had last year. For the high school, it'll be based on they'd be logging into their Google Classroom and completing the assignments that are listed there. So we're hoping to do that not just for the quarantine kids, but also kids who have a broken arm, if they have just a sore throat, and we want to open that up to everyone so we aren't sending papers back and forth with the homework to do. It's just going to be online.
Anybody else? All right, so I'm looking for a motion then to adopt that quarantining policy as stated by the superintendent.
So moved.
Second. Made the motion, seconded by Holly. Any other discussion? Alrighty then. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I got you, Nikki. Nikki's in there first, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I just don't want, I'm not for the segregation, so pitting vaccinated against unvaccinated, I just, no. I have a really huge problem with that being said, because like I said, I caught COVID, didn't pass it to not one person. So, in order to get a factual evidential basis, this vaccine needs to be out longer than a year. And then we also need to test the natural immunity people in order to really push that theory through. So like I said, I'm all for option A, but I will not have our district further segregating our students and staff against one another.
Thank you, Nikki. Arlen?
Yeah, I'm just a little confused here. I'm looking at option A for 7 through 12. It says at the beginning of the school year, high school students in close contact with an infected person do not need to quarantine because of universal face covering. And then it goes on, however, vaccination, whatever. But then it goes on to say quarantined individuals may return on day 7. So I was under the impression we would not be having a quarantine. Or are we talking about somebody that actually has COVID, is what you're saying, not the contact? I'm looking for a little clarity here, please.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Arlen. Really, we could cross off that last section about the quarantine individuals may return on because, right now this would not, if we pass this particular suggestion, they would not need to quarantine because we have the universal mask requirement. So there wouldn't be any quarantines at the high school level if this is passed. So I'm sorry for the miscommunication on our part.
Even if they're the ones that are sick?
That's different. That's called an isolation.
Okay.
And so that's outlined in the actual learning plan itself, and I think that's non-controversial, so I included in the learning plan.
Okay, thank you.
Is that also same for E through 6?
Yeah, E through 6, we would still do the quarantine from time to time, but it won't be as frequent as it was last year.
It's based on how the level of contact. Is that the?
Yeah, that's part of it, but mostly it's if they're wearing masks appropriately. So if there are 2 elementary kids who, one of them is walking around without a mask and he or she turns out to be positive for COVID, then that could lead to others being quarantined.
Jennifer?
I just wanted to clarify what Nikki said. Nikki, are you saying that there's something in option A or the quarantining for E through 6 students that you didn't like because of vaccination? I'm just wondering or are you just saying overall you don't want us to separate I'm
I
just
don't-
confused on
I
whether
don't
you
think
were
we should
seeing it in this
separate.
one.
Well, he just said that the elementary level is going to have to, because they're all automatically not vaccinated. To me, that does not make sense. So we're going to let our olders who choose not to. I'm echoing.
I think they don't have to be quarantined as long as they are masking, right? Same as the high school. So I
Yeah,
don't think
the
there's any.
elementary would not need to. There are 2 kids masked, and that could lead to a quarantine at the elementary level. You know, at the high school level, with we would do close contact tracing just to inform the parents, but we would not be quarantining our high school kids. And I need to tell you one other thing is we really struggled with this issue as, you know, we were hashing it out with the administrative team. One big area has to do with lunch, because all of our kids will be in person this year, or most of them will be. And so they'll be sitting close to each other at lunch tables like we usually do. And we concluded that it's very challenging to do contact tracing and then require quarantines because of that. And so after that discussion, we decided that if we have universal masking, our recommendation is not to do the quarantining at the high school unless they volunteer to quarantine. You know, if we contact the parents and say, hey, your child may have been in close contact, and the parents could quarantine if they so chose. That's our recommendation anyway.
Okay, Holly?
Thank you. Nikki, I hear you, and I want to expound on that a little bit. It goes beyond what this board says in terms of social construct. So kids walk into class and they announce, I'm vaccinated. I don't even know why I have to wear a mask, because that's what kids do. And another kid says, well, I don't believe in vaccinations, and I don't know why I have to wear a mask because I don't even think COVID is real, right? Those are the social conversations that are going to happen in the hallways, in the lunchroom, in the classrooms, and then teachers have to make that decision. Do we open up the floor for kids to talk about this? Do we say, you know what, we're not going to talk about COVID right now. We're going to just wear our masks and get to the lesson. You know, that's where the bullying kicks in. And that's where the who's vaccinated, who isn't vaccinated. That's where the segregation pieces come in. And this board can't direct people necessarily to what they're going to say in the classroom, but I think it's very important that we're cognizant of how classroom social constructual not constructual, but the social constructs of classrooms and schools. They're mini cities. You see your friends, you say hi, you tell them what's up. So, Nikki, I hear you loud and clear, and it is a concern because it's going to happen. There's going to be the kids that are not vaccinated and the kids that are vaccinated. And then, you know, how do we help kids come together and do the best they can in the classroom, given the circumstances when the adults are arguing, when we're going at it, when the world is going at it? That's the rub. And I understand it because I do it all day long. It's not easy, but I do trust that our teachers in Red Wing, I do trust that they come to the classroom every day with the best intentions for kids. And I hope that they hear the board and the people loud and clear that that's not a conversation that we're going to pit people against. It's not going to be beneficial. How do we as a board or as a community in Red Wing and in the schools say to teachers, don't talk about it, talk about it. If you're going to talk about it, here's the script. You know, there are a lot of nuances to this, but I think what you're saying, Nikki, is that we cannot turn a blind eye to what the secondary causes of what this could be. So I don't know the answer, but I think us being aware of it and having dialogue is critical so that the community hears that we do know when kids go to school on the first day and they're looking great. The conversations are going to happen within 5 minutes. So, Nikki, I'm glad you brought it up.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve the elementary quarantine plan and option A of the secondary quarantine plan as presented. Motion made by Anna, seconded by Holly. If there's no further discussion, we'll start the roll call vote with Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Buck,
Did you say me? Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
Ms. Tiff.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, passes 7-0. And the reason I voted for that way is because I think quarantining is the worst of the two evils. I think it's hard for kids to be isolated, and if we can not have to have them stay home, I'm all for that. All right, do we have anything else that we need to vote on for the learning plan?
Yeah, we actually have the learning plan itself, so that was also included as an attachment. And
So I'm gonna leave
because of
now,
the-
but I just wanted to say thank you, Pam, and thank you, Jim, for voting against the masks.
Okay.
And
Order.
I'm gonna leave, but shame on the rest of you guys. I honestly hope there's not depression or anxiety or suicide on your
Okay,
watch
I'll make a
because of
motion
this,
to
okay?
approve
So,
the learning
You guys have a
plan
great
as
night.
presented.
Hope you feel good about yourself, and thank you, Pam, and thank you, Jim.
Anna made the motion to approve the learning plan as presented. Do I have a second?
I will second it, Jennifer.
Jennifer, any just further discussion on the learning plan? All right, seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote, this time starting with Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
Ms. Tift,
Aye.
Bryant,
Aye.
chair votes aye, so the learning plan passes 7-0. Anything else on that? I know it's been Arlen, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wondered, did somebody want to make a motion to have additional information on COVID numbers at the December or September 7th meeting or any other time? We talked about some people may want to have something quicker than that quarterly, so I just put that out there. I will not say anymore unless somebody wants to put something out.
Arlen, is that a motion from yourself?
I could make one, but I thought some people had a specific time that they maybe want, and I'd rather not be amending it, so I'll open it to somebody else for a second here first.
Well, what I heard earlier was that, and I put it on my agenda meeting notes for the next agenda meeting, that when we set the agenda for every meeting, we'll make sure that it's on there. So I don't know that we need a motion. What do you think, Arlen? I mean, it can go either way. Jennifer, do you have some thought?
I was just thinking that I think all of us agree that we would like to have a specific timeline in terms of when will the masks, is there something that tells us that we no longer have to wear masks? Do we follow the Goodhue County guidelines? Are there certain numbers that we can look at in our vaccination rates? Something so that we as a school district know that the masks are just, we're not just going to make people wear them when we don't need them. No one wants to have them. So what can, and I don't know if that needs to be a motion or it can just, we can just direct the superintendent and the administrative team to come up with something so that it can be concrete that on this day when this happens, we no longer have to wear masks. And if the numbers change again, this is when the masks will go back on. I want us to talk about this, but I don't want to have to do this and last week and August 2nd over and over and over again when we have so many other important issues to discuss as a school board. This does not need to be our main focus every single time and every single meeting. I do think it should be on the agenda because something important may come up and we need to discuss it. But if there's some way that we can know as a district, this is when the masking can stop and this is when it will start again, that would be fantastic.
I agree. Mr. Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We as a board are here to set the policy and direction based upon recommendations from our paid staff. So Jennifer brings up a good point. I suggest that we ask for criteria on how they expect us to understand and agree that the mask issue should be addressed, such as COVID numbers or whatever. But yeah, have the superintendent bring back a report to our next meeting as to how they see us looking at modifying this mandate in the future, if and when we need to do that.
We can do that on September 7th.
That'd be great.
So what I heard is parameters for masking. Perfect.
Yeah, when we put them on, for specific reasons tonight. When do we take them off? That's what we want to know. So let's have those parameters at the next meeting.
All right. Sounds good. Arlen, anything else on that?
Yeah, I think I want to go one step further. I would like to make a motion that we direct the superintendent to bring to our first board meeting in September a plan on on the timing and criteria needed to remove the mask mandate. That's my motion.
So you have made the motion to direct the superintendent to develop.
To bring a plan to our first meeting in September
Okay.
on when and what criteria will be used to remove the mandatory mask. I think that's what I said.
Got that, Jennifer? Can you read that back to us?
What I have, Arlen, I think is closer to what you originally said, but Arlen made a motion to direct superintendent to bring forward a plan on September 7th on the criteria for when our mask mandate will be removed.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
Thing with video, we can always play it back.
And Anna, you're still good with seconding
Yes,
that?
I will
All right,
second
any other
that.
discussion? All right, then, Arlen, we start the roll call vote with you.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Ms. Tift?
Aye.
Bryant?
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
And chair votes aye, so that passes 7-0. Anything else on the learning plan? Okay, we just got through a lot of stuff, and I just would like to take maybe a 3-minute recess for stretching, take a deep breath, and we'll regroup at 5-minute break. We will get back together at 8:13. So we will recess until 8:13.
For a closing.
I don't think we close it.
I mean, not close.
Not closing it. All right, recess till 8:13.
Sorry to interrupt you. I was confused.
Sorry. Last Jackie Paradis, Amy French, and Carson Anderson, who will give us an update on where we're at with this.
And really, this will be a very short update because we told the presenters from the auditing firm that we would rather have that in September workshop. So really, the information is there as far as some of the things we're doing in terms of equity work. And then the full report is included for your review before our next meeting. So we'll do that in September.
Okay.
That's at the workshop at the end of September?
Correct.
Okay.
So then the next item on our agenda is classroom management.
We have Emily Seefeld and possibly Jess Whitcomb giving a presentation about our classroom management plan for this year. It's directly related to our educational plan. And so Jess or Emily, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hi, I'm Emily Seevelt. I am the district PBIS coach for those that I have not met. I'm going to share the presentation and I will get started. And this is just really our plan for district-wide initiatives for classroom management. Okay. So you guys already did the vision and mission. All that I'm going to show you tonight really goes back to our educational plan for direction 3. Excuse me, sorry, I'm having a little tech glitch on my, there we go. So all of this goes back, as I said, to our educational plan for direction 3, creating that responsive and safe and open and respectful environment that we want all of our students to have every single day they come to school in Red Wing Public Schools. Our big thing was cohesive systems. With having 3 elementary schools all at K6, it was a great opportunity to streamline our systems and get everything the same from building to building to building. We should have the same expectations, the same shared language, whether you're a first grader at Burnside or a first grader at Twin Bluff. And it also gave us an opportunity to really streamline as we go up for 7-12 also. You can see our goals for our staff are those points after that, really focusing on the positive relationships. We know that if our students feel good about coming to school, they feel safe, they feel belonging, that impacts our academics, that impacts our behavior referrals in good ways. We lower our behavior referrals, students' academics go up because they feel like they belong and they have a safe place and they have connections with both the adults and the students at our schools. We're also going to focus on Tier 1 practices. So that just means what we give every student every day in school. The next couple slides, I'm just going to show you baseline data. You are going to notice that it's from the 1920 school year, and that is the last year that we really had a more normal year for behavior data. It wasn't collected in a systematic way last year with all of our COVID parameters. So this is just establishing our baseline, and we will look at it throughout the year for where we are. But this is its incident referrals by grade from the 1920 school year. And then the next slide shows you the locations. It's one of the reasons we're focusing on effective Tier 1 practices. As you can see, the most common location is a classroom. And students do spend the majority of their time in a classroom, which is why we want that as our primary focus for our students. So cohesive systems, you got a copy in your board book of a staff handbook. So we put together a PBIS staff handbook for K-12 that really goes over everything that staff need. It's a living document. It will actually be on our new K-12 teaching and learning website, which I will give you a peek at really quick during this presentation. So anytime we need to make any changes or edits, that will happen. Staff will get an initial though copy of it during workshop week. We also have district-wide major and minor definitions, which is huge, that we have an agreed upon definition across K-12. When we work on data, we want our data to look the same. So we want same shared expectations. We are also going to work on some of our data entry systems this year too. As I said, positive relationships is really the number one thing. That safety and belonging for all of our students. A really cool opportunity we have this year for all K-12 teachers is Calm Classroom. You can always go back in your PDF and you can watch the introductory video. Calm Classroom is a mindfulness program. It can be done and it takes 3 to 9 minutes a day, depending upon the age level, but it's 3 minutes each time. All of our staff will be trained on this year and have the opportunity to do this with their students K-12. So it's a really great mindfulness practice and really focusing on that SEL of our students, their social emotional learning. So that will be something we have this year. We're also going to focus on the other things that you can see on the screen that are also in the staff handbook. High equitable expectations means we have the same expectations no matter where you are and where you are in the building or what adult you're with. Students should not need to switch the rules depending upon the location in the building. So they will learn one set of expectations. They are explicitly taught in the first couple weeks of school. So we have one for K-6 and we have one for 7-12. These are drafts too, so if you saw things on there, they're not our finals for the year. We're still working on them, and staff will be doing some work with them during workshop week next week. And as I said, those tier 1 practices, those practices we do every single day in all of our classrooms to welcome our students, to make them feel successful, and that they have a place here in Red Wing. So this is just a list of them. Additional information is in your handbook. And I'm just going to switch quick because I think this is a good time to share it. If a staff member ever wants more information on any of those, you might look and you're like, I don't know how to do that. What does that look like? Our new K-12 learning website looks like this. And we have a K-6 section and we have a 7-12 section. And they can go to any topic they want and get additional information. So if you click on PBIS, you would be able to see our staff handbook. You can find K-12 resources on tier 1. You can find individual professional development, and we'll be adding things to these sites throughout the year. So it's a great place to find information on SEL and PBIS. It'll also be our one-stop for academics as well, and we'll be adding to it throughout the year. But this will live on the teacher's desktop, so they have access to it for anything they need, and they'll be able to reach out if we need to add more to it also. Let's hop back to the presentation. Here it is. We are also going to do a monthly focus. So every month we're going to have a tier 1 focus for K-12. So all of what we kind of call bite-sized PD, they might get in their weekly newsletters from to staff, will include information on that monthly focus. They'll also have a very short self-assessment to really reflect on where they are in their practice for that tier 1 focus. And walkthroughs for the classroom that month will be tied to that focus, and we'll get feedback on it too. And we're going to continue this throughout the years. So we started with these and then we'll add to it next year and the year after that. But we'll also be keeping creating a place for all of this information to land, because you might start with Red Wing next year and you might not have been there obviously for all of that. So a place that we can onboard them when they come into the district also. And as I said, data systems, we are enhancing those. We're going to separate what we call majors from minors, because we look at those very, very differently. Minors, we're still learning, and that's on the adult. Where is the spot that we need to teach more in, or provide more lessons and provide more interactive modeling on? So we are separating that data. That wasn't data we could separate prior to this year. So we're kind of changing that up so we have more usable data. That and questions at all?
Go ahead, Anna.
Thank you so much for sharing this. So I am wondering if the teaching and learning site is available for like the general public to look at, or when subs come in, if they'll be able to have access to that. And then kind of along that line for subs, I'm just wondering kind of what the plan is to communicate this information, because especially as a sub coming in when you don't know like what the situation is that you're walking into, that might be your first time subbing in the district. It would be really helpful to have kind of a cheat sheet version. Ideally all of the subs would have all of the information right, but we know that a lot of times there's about 5 minutes, 10 minutes to figure out what you're doing for the day. And I can only say that as a sub that I would appreciate having like that, the grid that you showed on your slides of, what those expectations are, to have that right in front of me, able to reference and know that I'm following like what is expected in that school.
You know what, Anna, thank you. I did not think of that. I actually wrote, I will make a cheat sheet that I can give out to teachers, and they can include teachers and EAs that they include in their sub plans. So where the teaching and learning site's going to live. So this is the staff one. We are going to be making one for students and parents. That hasn't been created yet. So the staff one has to be password protected in certain ways, because if you click on some of our curriculum, it's all copyrighted. So we can't just have it on the website, or if it's on the website, it'd be password protected. But we have on our plan to design and create one for parents and staff and the public, that everything would be accessible on there for them with the same information, minus the things that are very specific to our curriculum under copyright.
And I noticed that last year the subs were able to get, of course, a password to Google Classroom, which in previous years in Red Wing we didn't have. But there would be like a grade 2 sub that, log in for the day. So if this is available like under that as well, because when I log into a teacher's computer, I'm not logging in as them. I'm logging in as grade 2 sub.
Yeah.
There are some things that are available to me and some things that aren't. So that would be really helpful to have that there too. Or a version of it.
Yes, I will work with tech to figure out how we can get it there. Otherwise, it'd be a link we're going to do a link also on the website that will have a password though to get in, but we could give that password to subs.
Great question, Nikki. Anna. Nikki, you're in the queue.
I really like this. I really enjoy it. I think sometimes it's taking it, slowing it down, dissecting it, and spreading it out. And pretty easy to follow along, pretty down to the point. I went through this district, very traumatized, but I do have to say there's 2 things that I gained from this district that essentially helped me thrive outside of the district, was the immaculate discipline and immaculate structure. So I really love this idea as, excuse me, we're trying to incorporate different ideas and ways how we operate in our classroom. So thank you for the presentation today.
Thank you. And Anna, I think I forgot to answer part of this too. We are training our educational assistants and our teachers on this. Now, we had a lot of this stuff. It was combining it so it was cohesive across the district. So one schools didn't look different or have different information. And the handbook actually is the staff one right now, but we will also be making a parent and student handbook also. But as we know, some things take a little time, so that will be coming also, along with the parent and staff website.
At some point too, Emily, we might want to consider actually providing training to our substitutes, pay them for a day or 2 to come in before the beginning of the school year so that they can really learn our language. And then in exchange, they need to work for so many days, in the year.
Yep, and that would be great. We have all the training ready to go that could be used for our subs too.
Any other comments for Ms. Seefeld?
One other question, Emily.
Yeah.
As you know, some discrepancies in
discipline data between subgroups? And how will this work or this plan help minimize those gaps?
So part of the plan for the discrepancies among the subgroups when you look at incident referrals is starting with just getting everybody on the same page so it's the shared expectations. Because once we have that, we can dig deeper in and see what's happening. Maybe it's over a pocket over here in this building, and we're able to analyze it and see what is happening. But by doing this work, it helps to take away what happens sometimes in the discrepancies where we might be over-identifying a certain population when it comes to behavior referrals. And this will give us that information that we can then really work with whoever is involved and do the work necessary so that isn't a thing. That's the whole goal of having our shared expectations and focusing on the positive relationships of our students, is that we get rid of the discrepancy in our behavior referrals.
Wonderful. I think it'll be really fun to watch the data come in as we track this, and it's the same language through every building for every teacher, because everybody interprets things a little bit differently on what's allowable, or maybe I'll let it go this time, or those kinds of things.
And that'll
be fun.
That's what the plan gets rid of, like what, because adults interpret things in different ways, and that's why having clear definitions of like, no, you're blurting out in class. That's a minor. That's not a big deal. We'll track it because maybe it's happening the same time every single day. And then we can be like, well, what's happening before that it's indicating this is happening? Because students' behavior is them communicating to us. And we need to figure out what are they communicating to us.
Thanks, Emily. Holly, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. My question is, based on our vote tonight, how does the PBIS team or the PBIS world interact with this mandate around masking and supporting teachers with, how to make it not the issue? It's an issue, but how to kind of roll into it with the classroom setting. Is there any work around that right now that you guys are doing?
So after today's vote, I actually have my little notes for tomorrow. What I'm going to start working on is I'll be updating things. We'll make multiple copies because I'm going to have a version of our matrices when we have our mandates in place and one when it's not. One thing that lives on our websites too is we actually have weekly lessons, and we have weekly slides and ways to present this to our students. So we'll have lessons around that too. Because how we explicitly teach our routines is we first do it very explicitly, rotations even in the beginning of the year, elementary, like, okay, we're in the cafeteria, here's what this looks like. We're in the bathroom area, this is what it looks like. So that will be part of those lessons also. And then after we introduce everything, because we have to introduce it all at once, then we do a weekly focus also for your students. And it's designed for something they can do for K-6, like in our morning meeting. Pop it up. Hey guys, remember we're focusing on the hallway today. Who can remind us what that's going to look like when we're being safe, kind, and responsible in the hallway? So we always keep that in the forefront for our minds. And we also do visuals in all of our spaces. So, and we make them easy to change out. We don't do permanent visuals because we know things change frequently. So those would be updated too. And so if you're in the hallway, your older kids, you can be like, hey guys, remember when we're here, this is what we're doing. But we make it part of our lessons and how we teach the routines. And the teachers will be given resources for that.
So the language that the teachers are using is the language administration can use if it's in the classroom. They can trust that went through X, Y, and Z, and so where the reteaching needs to happen. I like it. Thank you.
Nikki, you're in the queue.
Emily, I seen on the incident referrals for 1920, and I noticed that grade 4 is considerably higher than every other grade. Do you see what I'm looking at?
I do know that, yes.
Do you have a theory on why that is?
So I kind of do. That was just a very unique year, and it feels like a lifetime ago. And those that were on the board at that time will know that's when we opened up our reset and reflect room at one of our elementary schools. And we were actually having we were doing very well in that program, and then the pandemic hit. So that was just a very unique year, and we just had some kiddos that just needed an extra attention and support.
Emily, is that reset room still functioning?
So the last time that I talked to the admin for that building is all of the things that we have are there. It's going to be set up. It's going to be usable. It just is not going to be staffed in the same way. It's going to be staff available, but we won't have staff that live there, because ultimately our goal is when we have everybody on board with the same tier 1 expectations and really focusing on positive relationships and behavior specific praise and adding those mindfulness practice, that it isn't going to be needed as much, but it's still very much going to be there.
Okay. Anything else for Emily? Well, excellent work. I can tell you're just very passionate and ready to go, and I love to see that, and I know you do such great work. So thank you for sharing a piece of what you do with us, and I wish you a good school year to come.
Thank you. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emily.
All right, meeting and decision-making efficiencies.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, we decided to add this to a workshop topic. That was before we combined it with the special meeting topic. So I don't know if you want to dive deep into it, but I think personally, knowing how much time board members are spending in meetings and workshops and committee meetings, that I think we need to do something drastically different. That's my opinion. It's really up to the board to decide. You might be perfectly fine. I'm just really worried about burning people out. So the information I threw on the agenda is just an idea. It's actually largely based on what Ardlin had suggested several years ago in terms of collapsing our committees and perhaps having something like a committee of the whole or a workshop talking about those topics instead of breaking it up into committees, and then trying to get down to 2 board meetings a month instead of 2 board meetings and a workshop. So again, I just threw it out there, thinking that we'd have more time to discuss, and we can I'll follow your lead.
Well, when we were talking, go ahead, Arlen.
Thank you. Yeah, as Carson said, this was what I was looking at trying to do here, I believe it was 3 years ago, trying to bring this together with workshops instead of individual committees, because so much of our committee work is done by 2 or 3 people on that committee, and then it has to be repeated again at the board meeting, where if all board members were present, that information would be only presented one time in that whole concept. We were trying to get other things accomplished at the time, and then rather than going that route, we cut back on the time of our committees to 1 hour each and tried to condense them into our regular meeting nights, and then having a workshop just for other presentations. I'm in full support of trying to do something similar to this, because I feel I'm left out on a great deal of personnel discussion that goes on in the personnel committee. I know there's minutes and everything else, but it's not the same as being there. I used to be on finance. I'm not there. I have to read the notes. They're there, but I'm sure there's people that feel left out. They're not in on the legislative policy when we're just reviewing policies. And if I understand this right, we basically would probably remove, if this was used this way, legislative and policy, operations, finance, and personnel committees, and all the other stuff would be in effect, is what I read here. And I think it bears some discussion. I'm not sure if tonight's the time, but I'm certainly in favor of it.
Well, I think a couple weeks ago, we had a personnel meeting and then a board meeting, and literally rehashed every item that we had talked about at personnel. So it was like having the same meeting back to back. We talked about the exact same thing, and it felt like a kind of a waste of time. Only in that, not a waste of time, and non-productive time, really. And so, that kind of got us spurred all the time, Arlen, about a committee of the whole, and I never really quite grasped what that might look like, but I think that it's time to revisit that. So other people are in the queue.
Jim is next.
Jim is next. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We kind of talked briefly about it at our agenda meeting, but with nothing criteria set it forward here. I like the idea. I think we're burning our staff out, ourselves too, by meeting so many times with little committees. Arlen's right about there's some committees that I would like to look into more, that too much going on, and then I know those committee members rehash it and all that. The only thing I like this idea. I just assume we stay with the first and third Mondays, because those are primarily our board meeting days that people are used to us meeting, instead of the second and fourth Monday, a workshop and a regular meeting at 7. I go first and third because that's where we're currently at. We have our schedules kind of around that. Yeah, I'm all in favor of trying something different to free up the staff time that, they're putting into it, preparing, then going to that committee, the next committee, and then to a board meeting and then a workshop. So we can have further discussion if you want at the next meeting, but if you want to do something like this, I'm in favor of the first and third Mondays, not the second and fourth.
Yeah, and certainly that's kind of the normal routine is first and third. The only reason I threw out the fourth is that's when the finance committee meets, because Jackie needs a little extra time to get the materials ready for that. But I can talk to her and see if there's a way we could do that on the third, or wait until the next meeting, the first month of the Monday of the month.
Right. Yeah, you could do either one of the ways. Get the information on the third, or wait 2 more weeks, and report that way. No, so sounds good.
Plus, I already wrote in my calendar in pen.
Well, if it's in pen, then yeah, we
It's
need
a
to
problem
use
if
something
it's in
different.
pen and we gotta white it out. It's
I know,
messy.
white out. Anna.
Yeah, I like this idea, especially for the committees that are just made up of the board. And yeah, when it's something like with the finance or with the personnel, the whole board is asked to vote on the decision anyway. So then I feel like, well, I need all the information that goes with it. So I like that. I think the committees work really well when they aren't just the board. So like I'm on the equity committee, so I'm the only board member on there, and then it's, community members and Jess Whitcomb and, other people where that would be super cumbersome to have as one big meeting. So that really makes sense for then me to be able to bring that and say, here are the bullet points of what we did. And then it's much more of a discussion in that group versus, going through details that, the board needs to vote on or something. So I think that would be great. At the risk of saying I like meetings, I actually do like the workshop meetings. Because I feel like it is a really good chance for us to take a little deeper dive into something like PBIS. I feel like I love the presentations that we get, but in a board meeting, a regular board meeting where we might have so many things that we need to get through that require decision making. Sometimes it feels like that is not happening as efficiently as it should because we're getting a presentation, and the presentation is super important, but I find myself like kind of zoning out on it a little bit sometimes because I'm thinking like, okay, well, we have to do this, where the workshop I feel like is easier to appreciate what the presenter is saying to us and to really learn something and spend a little more time looking into it, because there are so many things that I'm constantly realizing I don't know all of the workings of the district, so I feel like that's really valuable to get that, those presentations. And I feel like the workshop is an easier time to make those happen than a regular meeting where we do have so many things.
Which is exactly why we added a workshop. And maybe it's not a monthly workshop, maybe we move it to quarterly. I mean, that's something we can think about too, but I would agree with you. I think it's been a valuable piece.
And if my committee meetings weren't also happening, if it was 2 meetings and a workshop versus 2 meetings, a workshop, and committee meetings. You know, I feel like that would be much more cohesive and less time overall, but.
And more effective.
Yeah.
Arlen.
Oh, you're muted. There you go.
There we go. Got that to work finally. Yeah, only thing really different from what I was first putting out for idea, I think, if I remember right, I was looking at the regular meetings first and third, and the second and fourth would be workshop or something of that type. This is for something to everybody to decide. Do you like having this long a meeting and workshop ahead of it, or would you rather space it out and over 3 or 4 Mondays a month? And the concept was to have maybe the fourth meeting or the second workshop of the month be finances, because usually the financials from the previous month aren't ready until about the third week, and then posting them. And then you could probably tackle more whatever else is on the third Monday of the month. And then the first one would focus on the other 2 items of maybe it, and then still allow for maybe a half hour of other workshop stuff that's not committee related. There's a lot of ways of looking at it. I think everybody needs to weigh in and see what they're looking for. But I think the big thing is, are you comfortable having this long of a meeting commitment twice a month, and then you got 2 free Mondays a month, sometimes 3, or would you rather have shorter meetings by spreading it out and use all 4 or something? So that's for everybody to decide what works for them. Thank you.
Anybody else have any thoughts? We don't need to decide now. This is kind of food for thought. I'm sure that we should probably put it back on our calendar to discuss again. Talk about it amongst yourselves and, kind of feel it out in your mind in terms of what would that feel like on, first and third Mondays, 5:30 to 8 or 9, what would that look like? But then that might free up another Monday for us as well. I do think that having in-depth discussions of operational issues, finance, personnel, and a workshop topic, and then a school board meeting of all of those 3 things in one night, I think is way too much. But if we had, like focused 5:30 to 7 time on a committee or a couple committees, so everybody knows, or maybe one night it's the committee night, and then the second night it's a workshop night, so then we're having one specific hour and a half for all of our committee work. Anyway, just something to think about, and if you have strong feelings one way or another, let me know what you think. So we want to make it work for you and for our schedules, not burning us out, and making our time as efficient as possible. Any last comments before we move on? All right, seeing none, custodial contract.
The negotiations committee came to a tentative agreement with the custodial union. We opted for a 1-year contract, so it'd cover actually last year, the 2020-2021 school year. Consistent with other employees before the pandemic, custodians agreed to a 2% cost of living adjustment for the year. This would cost about $43,000 for cost of living adjustment, steps, and retirement. Summary of the changes of the agreement, a clean copy of the agreement and a red line version are included with the board packet. So again, the recommendation is to approve the 2020-21 custodial engineer maintenance personnel labor agreement as presented.
Discussion. Anybody have any thoughts? Mr. Bryant?
Thank you. So I just want to make sure we're clear. This is for last year's contract that hasn't been taken care of. Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Trying to catch up.
Yep.
And as superintendent pointed out, it was a 2% cost of living, but that was prior to COVID and all of the cuts that we had to implement.
Right.
Holly?
My comments are thank you for the hard work on it with the committees and with the custodial staff coming in and, fighting for what they deserve or what they feel they deserve. It's the work that has gone into the last 18, 24 months is, there's not enough gratitude that I can tell you about how wonderful it was that the school was safe, it was clean, and it really, really helped with how successful we were, with how we kept COVID at bay as best that we could. And that is in large part due to the custodial staff. And so I'm just grateful and thank you to the committee who, negotiated it, and I'd like to be able to move it forward.
Is that a motion then, Holly?
Yes, so moved.
Motion made by Holly. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Anna. Any other discussion? So the motion is to approve the 2020-2021 custodial engineer maintenance personnel. We will take a roll call vote, starting with Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Toward.
Aye.
Ms. Tips.
Aye.
Bryant.
Aye.
Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Votes aye. That passes 7-0. Okay, and now we must get into our closed session. Do you want to close out this meeting, or do we want to?
Yeah, if, after the closed session, then we will just adjourn the meeting. And so typically when we do that, we stop the recording now, we stop the live streaming, and we've agreed that we won't discuss anything after the closed session. So we'll close this one, and then Lisa has already sent the link to the next closed meeting.
Okay.
So we'll close out of this one, and then we'll all log in to the next meeting, and I anticipate it's probably about a 10-minute discussion.
We need to adjourn this one.
Well, the way it's set up with one of the agenda topics, we would typically do the closed session, come back, and then adjourn.
Okay.
But really, it doesn't matter as long as we don't talk about business after the closed session.
I move to close the meeting pursuant to MS 13D.03 to discuss labor negotiation strategy related to contracts with the Cooks Association.
I will second that.
All right. Arlen, you're in the queue.
Yeah, I just got a question. Are we to keep this existing meeting active so we can come back to it, or are we closing this one out?
Yeah, we're going to close this one out. Lisa emailed out the invite for the closed session, and then I'll do the recording for that one separately.
Close this out. Okay, thank you.
You gotta vote first, though, yeah.
Well, we have to vote.
Vote first.
Don't hang up. We'll start with Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Bryant.
Aye.
Buck.
Aye.
Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. All right, we'll go into a closed session. It's 8:55.
See you in a minute.
It's going to be so nice when
We're in person.
and all I have to do is,
Anybody else leave?
yeah.
Personally, me not leave.